Et bonjour, bonjour à tous et à toutes, j'espère que vous allez bien, que vous avez passé un bon week-end. Moi c'était pas mal, pas mal. Je vais mettre un petit peu le son, mais pas trop. Parfait, là c'est bien là. Alors, et bonjour. Euh, alors ce week-end, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Pourquoi j'ai pas streamé hier soir? Pff, Parce que déjà, ça fait quand même pas mal que je fasse des petites pauses de 2 jours par semaine. Sachant que en ce moment, je stream le matin, après-midi, puis le soir. Je voyais pas vraiment l'intérêt. Je vais être sincère avec vous, je voyais pas vraiment l'intérêt de streamer hier soir. À part pour jouer avec les copains. À part pour jouer avec les copains, évidemment. Et ça, j'ai essayé de trouver un rythme, un truc. Comme par exemple, je ne stream pas le vendredi soir, mais je stream le dimanche. On va trouver. Je vais trouver un compromis, des idées. Ce sera important. Et aussi, pourquoi je suis en retard? Parce que, bah, vous savez, il y a l'animé Solo Leveling qui est sorti. L'animé Solo Leveling qui est sorti. Et j'ai adoré. Je suis un gros fan du manhwa qui est sorti, du webtoon qui est sorti. Bah, je commence et je le relis du coup. Je suis en train de le relire actuellement. Et oh là là, quel banger. C'est un truc de ouf. Quel banger quand même. C'est un truc de ouf. Bref, du coup, on va repartir. Alors, attends un instant. Un instant. Du coup, on va repartir sur The Outer World. On me demande des trucs là, c'est ouf. Pourquoi? Je sais pas. Bref. Ouais, on repart sur The Outer World. Je l'ai optimisé. Donc normalement, là, j'ai plus de chute de FPS. J'espère. Donc normalement, tout est bon. Euh, on va en jeu et on verra ça, hein. Hmm. Une chose que j'ai oublié de faire. Ça, on éteint. Et là, on allume. J'ai dû l'éteindre. Non. Il est où? Ouais, je l'avais éteint. Et pour montrer rapidement ce que j'ai fait, en fait, il faut mettre ici les effets visuels en moyen, voire bas. Je vais vous mettre en bas pour vous montrer un peu. À l'instant, voilà. En moyenne, en bas, je monte à... Là, je suis à 72 FPS. Il faut savoir qu'en hors stream, parce que le OBS, ça pompe un peu. Attends, je m'éloigne de l'eau là. OBS, ça pompe un peu sur ma carte graphique. Donc j'ai moins de FPS que si je ne streamais pas. Donc, parce que j'ai qu'une 30-70, hein, j'ai pas plus, hein, j'ai pas une 40-90, tout ça. Je suis pas riche, hein. Donc, donc forcément, mais les graphiques par contre sont top, comme vous avez pu voir. J'ai remis en très haute, effet d'écran très haut, distance d'affichage haute, ombre basse, parce que ça sert à rien de faire des ombres élevées. Ça n'apporte rien. Pour être, pour être franc avec vous, hein, ça n'apporte absolument rien. Euh, Excusez-moi. Ah, un truc de ouf. Texture très haute, je pourrais mettre en ultra et tout ça, mais ça sert à rien. Feuillage très haut, voilà. Et j'ai les graphismes qui sont très bien comme ça, hein. Après, oui, évidemment, si je pouvais avoir un peu plus net, genre là, le 13 il est ultra moche. Et en contrepartie, j'ai des trucs qui sont. Pourquoi le 13 il est aussi moche là? C'est.
Customs and inspection, right this way. Identification, please. You've got a ship, but you've never visited Groundbreaker. You must have just dusted off from one of those dirt-side outposts.
Sure did. And now we're in space.
Well, welcome to Groundbreaker. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it. Not stuck, per se. You could always throw yourself out the airlock. Of course, then you'd find yourself with an exciting new problem. Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you probably riled up the wrong petty board bureaucrat, a man named Udom Bedford. You take the starch out of him, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor? Wanda Dorset over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it. A handful of SAM cleaning units retrofitted for surgery. I don't know much else. I stopped listening when she started yelling. Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can help you with? Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter.
Uh-huh.
2 biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though.
Je cherche quelque chose un peu plus local.
Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird.
Happy to help. That's my job, after all.
You're real...
Well, thank you, miss. It's nice to be recognized.
Comment fonctionne Halcyon Holding exactement?
Are you pulling my leg?
Non.
You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony. Well, I won't hold it against you. It goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the Board. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing bays. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year. Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirtside, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are. Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself.
Ok.
Glad to help. They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them. Relative to the board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either. All right. You noticed, huh? What can I say? We're passionate folks, and the board can't abide that independent spirit, especially not when it might impact their bottom line. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them. This really must be your first time here. There's no working with the board. They don't share, not bits, people, or resources. You work for them, or you don't work at all. Groundbreaker cooperating now would be tantamount to joining their ranks, and we sure as shit ain't about to do that. Sounds like, yeah. But from where I sit, it's all coming through loud and clear. They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we make do all right. So far, anyway. Sure thing. Be seeing you.
Lemon slap. Slap your whole family tonight.
Là, je suis en moyenne à entre 60 et 80 FPS. Je devrais peut-être bloquer à 60.
Go back to Byzantium, you gold-plated bastards.
No one wants you on Groundbreaker.
I'm just gonna hang in the back and try not to touch anything.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled...
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. You must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he. Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer? This is terrible. My dear friend, what devilry is this? In whose miserable fever dream am I trapped? Oh, Alex. There were so many arguments we'd yet to have.
Il a l'air vraiment touché, on va être...
He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my bed. Did he? That's just like him. Such a sentimental man. Tell me, how did he die? No! How dreadful. That was always Alex's greatest fear, you know. Devoured by those fiends. Becoming one with their droppings. Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all? You haven't read the posters? He's a terrorist, a thief, a madman. It's really in the colony's best interest that we stop him before he does further harm. Well, Alex knew, or he said he did. And you have his ship. Maybe he kept some records around, or a conveniently placed note on his bedside table? That's... well, that's just terrible news. Law, what am I going to do now? The board will have my head. Oh, I'm sorry. This is terribly unprofessional of me. Is there anything else I might help you with? It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal. Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's fine, really. It's perfect. Now, if you've nothing else, please be my guest. A luxury stateroom. Oh, good law! Who'd want to go to that toxic hell pit?
No. Emphatically no. Unequivocally no. Immutably no.
Alors, pourquoi j'ai... Ah, j'ai mes câbles qui sont mêlés, là. Oh là là, n'importe quoi. N'importe quoi.
Best to be clear, I believe.
I'm the certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I have few complaints.
Oh, you've noticed my friends. Wonderful. Aren't their guns very large? They're here to keep the peace, of course. Precisely. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independent status and so resents any board presence, no matter how benign. When the alternative is board guards at their gates, yes, I do. They don't see it that way, of course, but I can't say I much care. Ask away.
Je me suis... Ouais, voilà, je m'étais restreint dans mes mouvements.
know she's in there, Mfuru. You can't keep me out of there. I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene? See, Mfuru? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to... Let me get one thing straight. Jessie and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors. Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
What seems to be the problem? If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're implying. Take care.
Can't say I've seen you before. If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. He must be referring to Irion. I'm sure the fool's gotten himself into another scrape. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm ever gonna get my service mechanicals at this rate. I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery soon as yesterday. You look out, though.
Attendez, j'essaie de me rappeler les trucs là. J'avais pas un truc qui s'appelait personnage inventaire. J'ai pas les touches. C'est quoi la touche X? Non, c'est pas X, c'est V. Non plus.
Heading back.
J'ai plus la touche. Attendez, faut que je retourne voir. Je sais pas si c'est la touche. Je vais devoir chercher. Hmm.
You ever wonder if maybe folks keep doors closed for a reason? Oula.
What? Why? Everything's fine. We're all fine here. No need for her to be worrying her pretty little head about me. I'm just terrible, dreadful sick is all. Got a cough that won't quit and sores all over my body. Highly, lethally contagious. But I'll be fine, so long as I'm left alone. Should've known she'd send a bruiser after me. Damned if I don't rue the day I saved her scrawny little hide. Inadvertently, I befriended a bloodhound in the process. Alright, okay. We can discuss this like the level-headed folk that we are. Seems I've got to do something before Ellie goes jabbering my business to anyone with one ear and an intent to listen.
What do you think you're doing? Just the truth is, I'm not sick. But if you repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, I will deny it with my dying breath. You, ain't with the board, are you? See, I owe them a lot. I might have missed a payment or two, and the other night I swear someone was following me back to my room. So I hold up here to lay low. Oh, laws. Wait, don't gut me and skin me yet. Please, talk to Bedford. Tell him I can pay, a part of it, and I'm a useful person to know. Just ask Ellie. Surely you wouldn't drag me before him. I'm dreadful contagious. I just know if I face him, I'm dead. What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm a law-abiding denizen of this ship, I swear. You'd let a poor, ill woman get disappeared by the board? Awfully cold-blooded of you. Though I admire your backbone. All right, I'll fess this part up too, if it means you'll help me. I'm a thief. I specialize in particularly high-end and historically valuable items. 3 weeks back, I caught rumor that the blood-tier diamond, last worn by an heiress on the Lost Hope, had surfaced for the first time in 70 years. If I had, you think I'd be hiding out in the med bay? I was gonna steal it, lined up Udom as my buyer. He paid half up front to finance the operation. Let's just say things went sideways about the time I got my hands on the diamond, and it crumbled to stardust in my palm. Anywho, I barely made it out with my life, and nary a plan to make back Udom's deposit I'd spent. Udom Bedford's the board guy on the station. He'd know how I stand with them. If you can square things for me, I'd owe you one even bigger than Ellie owes me. Thanks for helping me with the board. You're a real pal. Or I guess I should say, Ellie is one, huh?
Any word on Jesse? Good luck. The board's got an office on the promenade just before engineering. You can't miss.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your...
How do you do? Ah, how might I assist you? Miss Doyle owes the board a significant sum. Alas, the only collateral she has is her organs. Compulsory donation is quite legal in such cases. That's not unreasonable.
I guess it's better than losing your organs, but I don't know, Captain. Just doesn't seem right.
Miss Doyle is deeply in debt, and the board has every right to do whatever they like to recoup that. What guarantee do I have that she'll agree to the terms you negotiate? I quite concur. It's refreshing to deal with someone practical for a change. I will recall my collection agent. Tell Miss Doyle to report to me promptly for her first assignment. Now, is there any...
Wish I could say it was good to see you, Ellie. At least you finally...
The good news came through the wireless. Looks like you paid my debt to Jesse. I guess that means I owe you now, right? Tell you what, I'm a little short on bits at the moment, but I'm a decent scrapper and a better than average sawbones. If you're looking for a medic, I can work my debt off. It's like people touching a cookie and leaving it in the box. It's just one of those things that gets under... You won't be sorry. Or if you are, just add it to my debt and we'll figure something out.
Welcome to the crew, Miss Ellie. We're real happy to have you.
Alors, on met quoi? On met dans quoi? Ouais, non.
Rizzo Brickleberry Fudge, vanilla flakes, and purpleberry flavored power nuggets. Now with 12% more crunch.
Ouais, je m'étais trompé.
Rizzo's knock you out bar. A CCN 76 more chocolate bar with caramel and sea green nuts.
Ok, en fait, j'ai des chutes de FPS quand je change trop rapidement entre les menus. Ok. Ouais, ça se règle, ça se règle facilement.
Hotter than usual in here. Hope we're not catching Junlei on a bad day.
I could spend all day in here and not have looked at half the best stuff. It's all pretty worn, though.
Passage to Monarch is restricted for your protection. Canyons of acid and...
Junlei Tennyson. I'm captain around here, but chief to my friends. Hope you don't mind the formal introduction. Groundbreaker doesn't see many visitors. No, it isn't. It's a mess. But it's my mess, so I'll take the compliment. Just so we understand each other, I'm the final word on the ship. The Mardits, the crew, the engineers, their family. I hope there won't be any problems while you're visiting.
J'essaierai d'éviter de démarrer une bagarre, mais j'en finirai peut-être quelques-unes. Non. Je ferai tout mon possible pour vous aider à maintenir l'ordre.
Good. Don't go making trouble, and chances are you won't find any. That's how I like it here. So what brings you to Groundbreaker? I'm curious, even though 9 times out of 10 the answer's just passing through. Interesting. The powers that be paint an ugly picture of Monarch. Critters and such. Maybe someone in the promenade can get you the right weapon for the job. We see a lot of the same faces coming and going. Most of them board spies and corporate sprats. Makes it hard to trust outsiders. You seem different, so welcome aboard. Dr. Fenhill, I hope you've reconsidered my offer to stay on full-time. My crew are never short on dents and bruises.
I'm trying to live a more balanced life. Gun in one hand, scalpel in the other.
I already knew it'd be easier to teach an automech heart surgery than to change your mind. Fair travels, Ellie.
They're risky, but the odds are still a little better than waiting for certain death.
We don't see a lot of competent surgeons on Groundbreaker. Dr. Fenhill is my on-again, off-again freelancer. I take it she'll be joining your crew full-time?
I don't like to put a label on things. Let's keep it casual.
If you ever decide to settle down, there's a home for you on Groundbreaker. Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement parts. They're dumping superheated air into my ship.
Ok, pas encore réparé.
Only the board has access to new parts, and I won't let them swindle me into a corner. None. Every time I give in to the board, Groundbreaker loses its freedom. Soon there won't be anything left. I can't allow that. The board isn't helping, and my resources are spread thin. If I don't get those radiators back online, Groundbreaker, everyone on board, will be cooked alive.
Il y a besoin d'une intervention extérieure, je suis dispo.
Reasonable, huh? That's the best news I've heard all day. According to my grandmother's old schematics, the parts we need should be in the back bays. Sorry, I forgot not everyone knows this ship like I do. The back bays are on a lower deck, long abandoned and a haven for miscreants now. Good.
Je vais y aller.
Once you've obtained the parts, we can proceed to the next phase of repairs. This whole deck smells...
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience working with actual, real spaceships, Miss Junlei. Chief Junlei.
Junlei is fine.
Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if, well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later, maybe?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask me anything.
Wow, great! I'll do that then. Messages. Later. Oh, your name's pretty too. I should have said... Sorry. I like it. Honest. Sorry. Couldn't have done it without your moral support, Captain.
Now, if there's nothing else, there are other parts of the ship begging for my attention. You're right, I don't. The board is after two things, bits and power, and they only get it by sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. I like to think of myself as a nice person, but if that gaudy embassy of his was on fire, I might hold my breath a moment before activating the sprinkler system. The board wants control over Groundbreaker, and leeches like Udom Bedford will do anything to please their corporate masters.
Comment arrivez-vous à maintenir le conseil d'existence?
I placate them when I have something to offer, but I can also be a real hard-ass. It'd be a joy if I could kick out the corporate merchants and reclaim the docking fees in my lifetime. Too much of Groundbreaker's income is flowing in the wrong direction. I'd like to see that change. You've got my attention.
On va y aller. Désolé, je mange en même temps. Hein.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt a regular... scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Ouais.
Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company?
A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Back away now, or you'll parley with the king. Not another step.
Incoming!
Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company?
A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Back away now, or you'll parley with the king.
No sudden movements. This guy's crazy even by my standards.
Look at this ripe piece of meat just sizzling on the grill. Yum, yum. Time to feed the flames.
Burning to death is one of the most painful ways to go, just in case you needed a reason to get us out of this.
Is this what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like?
You came with the crew. Welcome. We got plenty of space to spread out, but only... Look at the courage on this one. Lay it on me, boss. Give me a taste of that fiery primal spirit.
That's right, sir. Just the parts. We'll be in and out in a jiff. You won't even know we were here.
Tennyson just keeps feeding the furnace, don't she? We're still playing with her last sacrifice out back, with the crew. You don't just ask a king for a favor when you're standing in his court. You bring tribute, sacrifices, prophecy, shit like that. Under its skin, this ship is all poison and darkness. Lead bones, asbestos muscle. Maybe you're right. You've got the run of the kingdom. Up those stairs, you'll find the parts. My crew won't get in your way. Lay it on me, boss. Ship got impounded. The crew and I racked up a debt while we were grounded, and my baby got sold to Sublight. Scrapped for parts. That's bureaucracy for you. Am I your dark reflection? Shit, must be getting old. Stay here too long, and the groundbreaker drains you like a fuel.
Ouais, la prochaine, ouais.
You can come and go in my little kingdom. Just try not to piss off any of the gestures.
Ooh, smells like burning meat and bad hygiene.
You get that automech patched? McRed wants it up and running.
I'm trying to think of a good name before I wake it up. Oh yeah?
Don't give it a name.
Fuck your birthday.
What are you thinking? Hasn't got a heart? Not like us.
May's gonna be pleased as pie when we show her these. Got it. Inside voices.
Are those hibernation pods? And I thought my bunk was small.
Un briquet, j'ai un peu rien à foutre.
McRed gave me a taste of the good stuff. I've been tripping today.
Careful with that shit. You'll end up as crazy as he is.
It takes crazy to live in this universe. Crazy. Crazy cosmos. When I look at you, all I see is light.
You're the first person I've seen who talked their way past McRed. It may not sound like much, but take my word for it. Wow. I'll get back to my post. See you.
Your aura is like a disco ball. God knows.
It's possible I've had too many mushrooms.
die free. Nothing else matters. Hey, you! What do you think you're doing? You and I never crossed orbits.
Does everyone get branded when they join McRed's crew?
The price was...
We got another complaint. People don't like worms in their shrooms.
Aw, they're just tilling the soil. Besides, they're my friends.
Find it.
Il y a rien en fait ici là. Une pièce d'arme, m'en bats les couilles.
This place is falling apart.
Bon nickel. On a vidé les caches, c'est bien.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt.
You've returned, and in one piece. Color me impressed. Good work. I'll take those. I need you to head through the large door at the far end of engineering. Take the elevator down into the machinery shaft. There's a terminal in the back. Activate it when I call over the ship's PA. And bring weapons. There's a slight mantipillar infestation. More than a few. Less than a hive. Nothing you can't handle. We were salvaging parts from a ship. Turned out there were eggs inside. They got into the radiators, and here we are.
Allez, on y va.
Don't worry, Miss Junlei. We'll be super gentle with the ship. You don't got a thing to worry about. I mean, aside from fires and such.
I'm genuinely heartened to hear that. Thank you.
Miss Ellie, Dr. Finhill. I noticed your pistol's been making a funny noise.
What are you talking about? I oil it every night.
Well, look here. Your slide's not recoiling fully. You might be due for a new spring. I could take a look, maybe fix it for you.
Sure. I'm short on bits at the moment, but I'll pay you back.
So, like I was saying... Oh, no! I mean, it don't cost nothing. I got a spare spring in my pocket here, even.
Everything's got a price.
Go! That's smart!
Like true professionals.
Good news. Bob tells me the security mechanicals booted up and killed a bunch of mantis. Bad news. Diagnostic says their circuit boards are fused from the heat, so they're not too picky about who they kill next. Sneak past if you can. Shoot back if you need to. I can always fix them later.
We made it!
Destroyed. Aiming system. Target reacquired. Security mark reacquired.
Take your best shot, asshole.
Scan. Target locked. Scanning. Scanning. Target.
That's the terminal. I have the parts in position on my side. Go ahead and cycle the droplet pumps. And if you don't know what that means, just look for a command that says cycle droplet pumps.
Alors.
Done. The temperatures are dropping. Stop by once you found your way out of there. Groundbreaker owes you thanks.
Ouais, beaucoup mieux là. Hein. Ah, ça j'ai pas fait ça. Ouais.
You take real good care of your pistol, Dr. Fenhill.
I oughta. It's kept me alive this long.
I mean, you treat it nice. Makes me happy to see, because I feel the same way about my wrench.
Look, it's a tool that does a job. Feelings got nothing to do with it.
Halcyon News. We interrupt your
C'est quoi le pistolet là que j'ai vu là?
regularly scheduled advertising. For the following story. Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon, but a scandal has rocked the league and thrown this pivotal game into question. Both teams have tested negative for performance-enhancing stims.
My boards are returning to green. What a weight that is off my shoulders. I don't normally tolerate outsiders mucking about in my station's guts, but you're all right. If you've got time, I believe Edna has a comms issue that could use your attention. I've also authorized Doc and Furu to sell you our premium meds.
Alors, 2 points.
if you're hungry, they're fresh from.
You look.
Ah, voilà. Hmm.
Welcome!
CNP pancake mix. Now requires no mixing. Seriously, don't mix it.
C'est Medical Bay. Là.
The beds are comfy, but you'll want to check the mattress before you settle in.
Advertisement for the fall.
I don't have time for this.
And now for
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door. You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient or an oven. Just like store-bought. Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least.
Ouais.
Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in.
Ouais.
Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits. But if you've got qualms... Do you know Edna, over in engineering? Sweet as a pea, that one. On occasion, she'll pass along transmissions I might find interesting. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo abandoned that place years ago.
Pourquoi ils ont abandonné?
Can't say I know for sure. Maybe it never really was.
Wonder what kind of haul they left behind.
Comm centers don't operate themselves, Captain. Someone had to have sent that distress call manually.
Those corps are cleverer than all get out. Might have been a ruse to keep the rest of the board from sniffing around. You've got an ear for intrigue and a nose for bits. I like that. Here's a copy of the SOS recording, complete with the coordinates. If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will pay top bit for inside information on their competitors. The more we got the corps fighting each other, the less time they got to meddle in our affairs. Don't forget to come find old Gladys when you're done. Anytime.
Rizzo and your wife, as you chase the rainbow.
You sure have seen a lot of...
A second? Hey, we don't know each other yet, but I'm Felix Millstone. I was in the middle of a little discussion with the local authorities when you passed me by. I noticed your ship in port. Got to thinking you might be looking for some crew, so I wandered by, just to take a closer look. Gotta hand it to you, boss. That's a fine-looking ship. Only thing it's missing is me.
Et quoi, toi?
Yes, I absolutely am. Just give me a shot. That's all I'm asking. I could be the best damn crew you ever hired. Oh, okay. Well, can you give me a couple of pointers? Hey, that's good advice. I like the way you think, boss. Besides, not like there's a line of folks standing around hoping to get on your ship. I'm persistent, I'm eager, and I'm showing initiative. What else do you want on your crew? Sure, an interview. That sounds fair. I mean, first time for everything, right? Ask me anything you like.
Ok.
It's delicious. Mock apple pie and a tripicale crust. Maybe
Oh,
with a little
putain,
cream
il est
on
con.
top. Classic. I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting. Exactly. I was only doing what any self-respecting Rangers fan would have done. Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a back bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation. Foreman told me my biggest problem was that I didn't take orders. I told him my problem is not with authority, it's with jackasses. So yeah, I guess my biggest flaw is that I don't suffer idiots. Hope that's not a deal breaker. Are you kidding? I love a good fight. One time, I took an autoloader's head clean off its servos with one swing of a tossball stick. You can count on me in a scrap, boss. That's a promise. Wow. You don't know how long I've been waiting to hear that. Thanks, boss. I'll just gather my personals and meet you.
You got a crew now, Felix.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for SAM to properly operate. Yes, Captain. Beginning playback now.
There's viscera and death everywhere. Gunfire, gnashing teeth. The unemployed. For law's sake, if anyone's receiving this, please send help. What? No!
Captain, we are now capable of accessing the Roseway landing pad. Also, corporate protocol requires that all distress signals include a list of key personnel for retrieval. The embedded names are Anton Crane, Vaughn Cortez, and Orson Shaw.
Okay.
Certainly, Captain. What would you like to hear? Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
Everyone in Halcyon is contractually obligated to label this or another board-certified jingle their favorite song. How do linear algebraists settle arguments about matrix transposes? With a duel.
Ah ouais, c'est chaud, ouais.
As you wish, Captain. Mm-hmm. We're now in orbit above Roseway, Captain.
We gotta talk. This Roseway business smells. Something tells me things didn't end well for the guy who made the distress call. And whoever or whatever got him will be waiting for us. What's there to know, Captain? Shady corporate town caught up in shady corporate shit. Tough luck for them, but maybe an opportunity for us. If you say so. I'm keeping a finger on the trigger. Anyway, we might as well take a look out there, see if we...
Avant, tant que je suis là et que j'y pense là.
Make yourself at home, Captain.
On va voir ce qu'il vaut un peu le petit nouveau là.
No security. Not that I'm complaining.
Ok. Petite pause, j'arrive tout de suite. Pipi.
No one tells you how much of the job is waiting for action.
Et voilà. Bon.
Something chewed clear through that armor.
Clear the roadway. Obstruction of commerce is punishable by a fine of no less than 10,000 bits.
On va se faire encercler si je les bute pas maintenant.
Felix!
Hey, is that gunfire?
Allez, on va dans la ville. Ça va bien se passer.
I done had enough of this shit. I'm just the fucking tarmac guard. No one said nothing about fighting no raps. You're powerful free with that tongue of yours. You got me. Just testing your mettle. Not much fight left in me anyways. Scientist, name of Anton Crane. Someone said he's panicking inside the comm center. Alarms went off, raps broke loose, and I hightailed it in here to get a wall between me and them beasts. Forget I said anything about that. Wish they tasted like Sissy Pig. Them's good eating. Don't mention it. Anything else you'd like to know? Distress call? From here? Shit. They told me that weren't allowed. Got me. I just do what I'm told, and I was told not to do such. Oh, before I forget, Auntie Cleo's makes the best pharmaceuticals in Halcyon. Better than nature. Not like that crap Spacer's Choice pedals.
If you've come to end my life, let's be on with it. Oh, not actually one of them, are you?
Non.
I must apologize if my call diverted you. I may have panicked. Everything's under control now, though, truth be told.
Standard operating procedure for suits, boss. They're all a bunch of cowards.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the nature of the work I'm doing here. Suffice it to say that its importance to me, to the colony, is immeasurable. My research may not quite fall within legal parameters, so I'm under orders to maintain wireless silence. However, having your head used as target practice can addle one's thinking. I cut the call immediately once I'd gathered my wits. The Home Office can't know what's happening here. I suppose it can't hurt. If I don't get that research back, my life is over regardless. We were tasked with formulating a new and improved dental gel. One cannot exaggerate the benefits of good dental hygiene. May I continue? While doing research on enzymes specific to the Raptidon's digestive system, we developed an additive which we subsequently discovered to be the most effective appetite suppressant ever. Not just any diet toothpaste, the ultimate diet toothpaste. Oh, I'm certain it could be made into that as well, with only a few changes to its molecular composition. But you're missing the point. Let's focus for a moment, shall we? Even if you disregard the obvious value of Auntie Cleo's Appazap diet toothpaste in and of itself, we're talking about my career here as well. Nice, is it not? Came up with that myself. It's a shame our marketing department is almost as befuddled as my co-workers here.
Okay,
Hours ago, a group of vicious malcontents fell upon us, shot up our labs and loosed our research subjects, the Raptidons. If those cretins get their hands on my research, well, They'll need not kill me.
Il fait un peu trop, non?
Realistic. I don't get that research back, I'll be released from my indenture contract. You can't be serious. No contract, no work. No work, you're a pariah, cast out, shunned. Soon you'll find yourself among deserters. You know, dregs, ne'er-do-wells, eking out a horrible existence on the periphery of society. Even if that's not my fate, I don't relish being sent to some backwater corporate township.
Are they paying this guy to be a jackass, or is he doing it for free?
This is temporary and simply a means to an end.
Alors on y va.
Yes, but don't kill their mother if it's avoidable. We've need of her to replenish our stocks. I think there's gas in the lab somewhere that can be used to put them out. The research is in the safe in my office. You'll have need of my code and keycard. The lab's entrance is in the side of a hill. You can't miss it if you just follow the road. You'll pass by the town's original... by the Grand Architect. Jameson. He's in the old lab. My protege. I sent him to retrieve some metabolic precursors, and I forgot him.
Ah putain.
Don't you think it weighs on me? He was my responsibility. All of them were, are, regardless of their thinking on the matter. If he has died, too many have been lost. Too many black marks against my name. And far too much paperwork.
"50-bit says this guy's already wrapped fodder.
We are experiencing a security event. You are? But corporate never told me they were sent. I have strict orders not to talk about anything that happens in... Please remember that Anti-Cleo Pharmaceuticals is not responsible for any loss of life or grievous physical injury. Roseway Lab is a highly classified facility. I am not allowed to disclose the details of my contract. If you are unhappy with the quality of my...
Oh, un vote.
You picked a hell of a day to visit. I'm Vaughn. Vaughn Cortez. Dr. Vaughn Cortez. But just Vaughn's fine, really. Over in the main labs. I rabbited back here when I realized I was hearing gunshots, not blown fuses. We've been cooped up in here, I don't know, hours? Too long. I have to get back to work. Dr. Crane might say otherwise. Me? When those guys started shooting the place up, I was first out the door. I had to leave an experiment running at the lab. Something I've been working on a long while. Something that could really get me ahead. Know what I mean? Why? Are you heading to the lab? Because that would be I've been extracting organic compounds from raptidons. Compounds that have, benefits.
Whoa, slow down. Benefits?
In certain social situations. Personal situations. Where you might want to, enhance your charisma.
Oh, he's making enraptured, Captain. An aphrodisiac. Wrapped musk is the main ingredient.
What? No? I mean, yes, I'm getting the musk. With Monarch embargo, the price is sky high, but I'm not making the drug. The results are outside the margin of error. Technically. Sure. Of course. Our lab's south of here, down the road. Not the old public lab, the one past that, built into the mountainside. My equipment's in the lower levels, way in the back. I have a big room all to myself, dissection tables and whatnot. It should have been running this whole time.
So those charisma-enhancing benefits he was talking about, it was just blowing smoke, right?
Ok, bah on va pouvoir y aller.
You're underestimating the importance of the eighth back.
Has the highest.
Hmm. Physique tactique, ouais. Non.
I got 500 bits on the Darlings taking the finals this year.
The stats are better on the space. Was that supposed to be the living quarters? Seemed about as livable as a coffin.
If they didn't want to tempt us, why'd they lock it up?
Ah, outlaws, I assume. Do me a favor and let me finish this, will you? And then make it quick, please.
Hors la loi.
Oh, you aren't with the outlaws? Oh, well, they got the carpenter in here. What does it look like? I'm preparing a personal defense device. Why, yes, I suppose I could. Thanks. No, well, yes, well, no, perhaps. I left schematics in our storage facility. As far as I know, the security commander hasn't found them yet. I admit I'd feel better were they returned to me. Out the south gate. Follow the road. It'll be on the left. Say, blast.
The ventilation shaft runs from the bottom of the lab to the top of the hill.
Sortie par la porte, sortie sud. Schéma, recherche Duncan.
Call that a parking job? These pirates are making the rest of us look bad.
Huh?
Make him move.
I wrong for looking at this colossal machine of destruction and thinking, Felix, you should hijack that? Heads up! Somehow it's done!
Ok. Ah, j'ai une commotion. Euh... Est-ce que j'ai quelque chose?
Huh?
Oh, that's the last of him!
Makes you wonder about their labs. You better teach me that. This is how you hide something.
right?
Their mistake.
Unable security mark reacquired. Search concluded. No dissidents found.
Ok.
Halt. Sweeping.
Heads up, bud!
That does it. Time for a drink?
Process.
Doing this.
One down.
Reminds me of the first ship I crewed on. Captain had to ban Borst and baked beans.
Alors avant. Ok. Nickel. Bon. Ensuite.
look of this place. Like some kind of tomb.
The real covert labs don't gotta advertise it.
Et le beau secret est pas très secret quand même. Hein.
Who the... You. Yeah, you. Get over here. You care to explain what you're doing here? Did you miss the big sign outside? That I am. Name's Porter. If Doc Crane did send you, I'd be glad for the help. Bad news is, we haven't been able to clean these outlaws out of the lab. Good news is, they haven't been able to escape, neither. That's how they got in. We got that locked down. There's no access from their level without a security keycard. That also means no fresh air down there. Probably reeks of Raptidon musk. Couldn't happen to a nicer bunch. They don't care which side their lunch is on, but the Rapt cells are down with the outlaws, so they're the appetizers. When it looks like they're fixing to make a sally upwards, I have a sniper pop the lock on a Rapt cell. It's kept them busy. Hired guns, the lot of them. I'd bet you bits to bobstones each has wanted to cross the system. For now, I reckon they got no backup. On the other hand, we don't neither. And our mechanicals all went haywire for some damn reason. Damn mechanicals have always been more trouble than they're worth. Pretty damn sure. The shafts are sealed with 4-centimeter hatches.
Okay.
They're not getting back out that way without a security keycard. They'd need to take mine. Or make a new one in my office, I guess.
Où se trouve votre bureau?
Why you want to know that?
Bah, j'ai besoin d'une carrette.
What for?
Je suis là pour les mini-équipes.
Fair point. Here's a keycard to my office. Head left from here and downstairs. It's across from the cafeteria. I got a machine that makes pass cards for us. Just don't knock over any paperwork in there. I got a system.
Ooh, what'd you find? I won't tell. They can't keep us out. It ain't stealing if no one sees.
Wow, nice work.
Le coffre-fort est ouvert, son contenu retourné et éparpillé de manière active. Les notes qui restent mentionnent divers projets suspendus, mais les précieuses recherches d'Anthony restent introuvables. Il y a sur le long du rebord témoigne de l'œuvre de voleurs peu délicats. D'ailleurs, la loi probablement ont dû s'enfuir avec les travaux d'Anton. Déjà lu.
Drop on us.
Heard something. Patrol.
Nice hit! Still got it!
J'en sais rien.
Hey! You! Over here! Oh, good. You're not shooting at me. That's a start. It's been a bit of a day, so I'll get to the point. Yes, I have Crane's research. No, I'm not giving it back. Sorry to disappoint you.
I suppose it does not matter. Either Crane sent you, or you are some scavenger come to rob me in my moment of weakness. Let's make a deal. I'd like to go on living. You'd probably like to make some money. Help me get out of here, and I will pay you for your trouble. You mean other than the satisfaction of doing me a good turn? Trust me, I'll make it worth your while. I am good for my word. You will be equitably rewarded, on my honor. But I will not haggle or bargain with you until you help me. Same reason you are, more than likely. I imagine we picked up the same tip. Secret research facility, abandoned town, minimal security. No, but it is a secret. Well hidden. Off the map. Any place worth hiding is worth raiding. Granted, diet toothpaste is not exactly what comes to mind when I imagine secret research and underground labs. Diet toothpaste. Can you imagine a more pernicious example of corporate materialism? I do not know what is worse. Working here, or dying here. What matters is that I have been lied to. I was led to believe this was a high-priority corporate facility hiding valuable research. This job was not supposed to end with me stuck in some wretched lab smelling like rats. So I would be very much obliged if you gave me a break.
Je gagne quoi, moi?
You mean other than the satisfaction of doing me a good turn? Trust me, I'll make it worth your while. The first thing I need is a key card to unlock my door. Then I'd need you to clear me a path out of here. There are 2 ways out. The quickest is through the front door, but Clio security's bottled up in there. If you don't want to shoot them, I suppose you could talk to them. The other way out is through the loading bay, but you'd have to clear out the rafts for me. Then I could just slip out the back, sight unseen.
J'espère qu'il y a une bonne raison de risquer ma peau pour vous quand même.
Because Crane is a tool. Because no good deed goes unrewarded. Because doing me a good turn is the honorable and decent thing. Take your pick.
Pourquoi ce serait la seule chose ignorable à faire?
We are all of us trapped. You, me, the scientists. This is not a colony. It is a slave camp. Yes, we raided the lab, shot some guards, killed a few scientists in the crossfire, but it was all for a higher cause.
C'est quoi la ignoble cause? Les corporations se fichent éperdument de votre cause.
Then we will tear it down again. Do you know what propaganda by the deed means? It means we set an example by our actions. It means we send a message.
Qu'est-ce qui vous fait croire que votre message sera entendu?
Because it is fun. You have not lived until you have taken a hammer to the establishment. Come on now. Do you want to be dull and boring and servile like everyone else? Or do you want to break some rules? You might be the first stroke of luck I've had all day. Thank you. I'm in your debt. Nothing beyond the purview of a talented... You really expect me to just let them pass? Why? So they can regroup behind their walls and mount another assault? Never mind. I'm obviously in no position to argue with you. Take your time.
Doing this!
Not another fight me.
Don't mess with that!
Turncoat. We saw everything. You must think me a fool. I was watching on the security cameras. You got downright friendly. I reckon we got nothing to say to each other. You got 1 minute. Starting now. You convinced her to let us leave in peace. Listing the ills we've been done ain't exactly putting me in a mind to compromise.
Un instant. Et autour de vous, vous ne trouvez pas qu'il y a déjà eu assez de morts comme ça?
I gotta believe that all we done will mean something to the company, to Doc Crane. That effort will make up for mistakes.
C'est que la compagnie s'inquiète pour vous, ou plutôt pour son labo, pour ses précieuses recherches?
I've worked for Auntie Cleo 18 years. Done my best for them. Always expected they'd do right by us in turn. I reckon I don't see any better solution. Fine, damn it. We'll pull out. Here, my key card. It'll get you access to the whole place. Full stakes, people. We're heading back to town.
Finally. I've never been so pleased at the sight of an open door. Please tell me you've cleared a way out of here. So you have. I am much obliged. And now, if you do not mind... Oh, really? Your point is well taken. I would rather not spend the rest of my days... Here, take the damned research. Tell Crane I... Good. Orphans. Is that what you are calling yourself now? Here. Let it never be said that I do not reward good work.
Look at that. Those idiots got themselves a mama raptidon.
There, Mr.
Somebody help Ellie!
Ok.
Yeah.
Going.
Ok. Bon. Ah, je n'ai oublié un là. Jameson, il est où?
Take him down.
That had to hurt.
Didn't even get our hands dirty.
Think we'll find any freakish experiments locked away in there?
Alors à l'instant, j'ai un appel. Il avait pu l'entendre. Ah. Alors, un instant. Ah bah, tu attends s'il te plaît. Ah c'est dingue ça, on m'appelle en plein stream quoi. Euh, Du coup ouais. Ça je garde, ça je garde. La faux là, je vais la prendre pour moi.
Someone knows how to make an entrance.
Unexpected.
They're in my sights.
That's one down. On your left, boss. Who's down? Good work, boss. That was fun. Hey, you got it open.
Sweeping.
want to tempt us, why'd they lock it up? Let's take bets on what shuts him up first. A hungry rat or my backhand?
How the... Wait, I know you. You're responsible for the Emerald Vale fiasco. How the hell did you get in here? No, not... I don't care about the beasts. I care about the front door. This is an egregious breach of protocol. How'd you get in? Ugh. Can't use the centrifuge without supervision. Can't file reports without him double-checking their every word. Can't save myself from mortal peril. It's like he thinks I'm a child. His hands-on management style is coming to a point of contention, I tell you.
Vraiment? Vraiment, l'enfoiré quoi.
Unexpected.
Take him down!
Alors, les points, je vais les distribuer comment? Hmm. Y a pas quelque part où il manque un point? Non. Je vais mettre là-dedans. Hein.
Hey, boss. I think we can get in through that vent shaft.
After you.
Ugh. Getting acquainted with with all sorts of colorful new smells today. Never imagined I'd say this, boss, but even a raptidon.
Ah, j'ai pas mis ça. Euh... J'en sais rien. Ah, ça c'est intéressant par contre. Augmente les dégâts sur les points faibles lorsque j'utilise ma capacité. Parce que j'utilise jamais. Donc c'est peut-être un moyen pour moi de commencer un peu à l'utiliser, on va dire. Va falloir que je vende des trucs là. Ou alors que j'utilise un atelier. Je vais aller voir Orson en premier, je pense.
Oh, hello. Ah, yeah. What a relief. Anton would have just given them to Porter without a second thought. What a waste of potential that would have been. Sadly true. Contraband does tend to... So be it. I'll buy them. Much voila. Oh. I can't be caught with this. You take it. If R&D buys the schematics from me, I believe we have no...
Any news? Don't keep me in suspense. Did you get my stuff? I'll remember that. I'm not the greatest technician. This is gonna make me so popular. I mean with the people who buy it, not by using it. Because I'm not... Only for testing purposes. Quality... Take this. You earned it. Pleasure doing business.
Damn right we left the lab. What's left there that's worth dying for?
You let them get away. That no-account fool Porter and his crew are even more worthless than I could have imagined. They've abandoned their posts. This is madness. That is wonderful news. I'd feared the worst. Of course they do. Please don't mistake. If my colleagues refuse to take their lives seriously, why should I? All they do is complain. They refuse to see... Believe what you will, but I'm not the manipulative, ego-driven person you think. Orson? Good. It will keep him from wasting my time. No. Oh. Is it? You can't possibly Auntie Cleo will have my... Leave me be.
Pourquoi je lui dis la vérité? Parce que j'ai eu du bonus, du bonus, du bonus et je voulais un malus. Ah, il y a les points de compétence. Au niveau 50, c'est pas mal. On va aller voir Gladys. Quoique avant, non, faudrait qu'on aille voir...
Remember, items in the hold may shift during takeoffs and landings.
Initiating initialization sequences. Greetings, customer! This SAM unit is unable to Would you like to register? Registering new owner. Captain! All SAM units travel fully assembled and... Got stubborn stains. SAM units live to clean.
Destination reached. Scylla.
Scylla. No laws, no lines, and a whole lot of guns. I love this place.
Let's get fresh.
Ok, on va voir le capitaine Iron. On va voir.
Warmed up now.
Hey, outlaw. You know.
Make it dirty, Sam cleans it up. Good news, customer. All germs and contaminants have been neutralized.
Tremendous work, friend. Here I was readying a daring maneuver, and you've come and saved me the trouble.
Why does that sound familiar?
It's Ellie. Excellent timing. Hello, Ellie. What a pleasure it is to see your sparkling beauty in this barren waste.
It's Dr. Fenhill. I
Connaissez?
certainly know his ex-crew. Mostly from the operating table. I've probably seen more of them than he has.
How cruel you are. I distinctly remember a special party at the Lost Hope Bar on Groundbreaker where we...
We did not.
Oh, fine. But we almost...
Keep going, and you're gonna see how good this automech is at picking up teeth.
Symptoms detected. Elevated heart rate, dilated pupils, increased sweat production. Subject appears to be terrified.
I'm not terrified, you bucket of bolts. That's victory sweat. Meds, I'm guessing. Pirates love bits, and unlabeled meds are worth a bundle. The one and only. Wait, who's asking? Wanda didn't send you, did she? I swear, land on Groundbreaker even a moment tardy, and that busybody's already been up your ass an hour. You tell her these automechs are coming, and sending a hired stooge to rescue me from certain peril only furthers my delay. No offense. Yes, well, I shan't. Give Wanda my chilliest regards. And farewell to you, dear Dr. Fenhill. I trust I'll see you next I find myself on the Groundbreaker.
You'd better hope not.
Y a rien à faire ici, hein. les doublons, les doublons.
Something on your mind?
Bon, on va aller voir maintenant Gladys, normalement.
Destination reached. The groundbreaker.
Can we talk?
Ouais.
I find myself marveling at the complex simplicity of the Fibonacci spiral. I'm sure you know what that's like. Something vexing you, Captain? Bocconu, the author, had some interesting theories. Unfortunately, nothing too out of the ordinary. That's what I grew. I was. I.
C'est pas mal comme ça fait. Ça me rappelle beaucoup Mass Effect en fait dans le système. En gros, on voyage de planète en planète à travers, après avoir récupéré un vaisseau et on sélectionne des compagnons, si j'ai envie, si je peux dire ainsi.
Is it just me, or is Groundbreaker feeling extra?
What are you saying, Martin? That's an Auntie Cleo's.
My law, what have I done? The company will have my head. Both of them. This is awful.
Gotcha. This guy's real easy to fuck with.
What?
It's your party, Captain.
No. Oh. Have a look.
Oh, on peut acheter ça vraiment quoi.
Well, well, Dr. Fenhill. I make it a point not to get shot, and when I do, I can usually take care of the mess myself.
It'd be nice to have you in here, patching people up, not just blowing them apart.
I respect what you're doing here, but you know I'm not ready to settle down.
Have it your way. Now, were I a gambling woman, I'd wager you're responsible for my mechanical safe return.
Ah ouais.
I can't thank you enough.
Have you had a moment to look into that little opportunity I told you about on Roseway? You don't hurry up. What's that? Speak up now. What'd you turn up? These corporations, I tell you. Once they get an idea into their big... Can't imagine how I'll offload this. But waste not, want not, I suppose. Pardon me, sweetheart. My old ears must have misheard you. Did you say Raptidon? A couple of folks around here might pay a fair few bits for this. Bless your slippery little fingers. Isn't that just a shame? Prototype schematic. Are you positive? Can't say I wasn't hoping for more, but... I found...
Ça vaut rien les flingues. Horrible. Ah putain.
Gracious. Fantastic. Do be careful with it, dear, as these keys tend to be a tad hard to acquire. You should have a chat with Lilia Hagen in the sublight offices. Now, was there anything else? Any...
I'm gonna set foot on a whole other planet. I know Monarch's a moon. I think it counts.
As long as there's paying work, you can count me in.
This is Halcyon News.
Hey, Ellie. Having your...
Not today. I'm on...
Never thought I'd see the day. A new face.
Vous avez entendu quelque chose d'intéressant?
Only the usual. Marauders all over space. You ever wonder how folk who can't figure the bleeding edge technology of a spoon can manage to get ships into space?
À quoi?
Nothing you...
Rizzo's Purpleberry Punch. You wanna try it? Punch right here.
Move along.
It's always fucking freezing in the base. You learn to keep your eyes to yourself in my job. Nobody wants you looking close at their cargo.
Ça sert à rien. Je l'aime pas.
Hi there. Haven't seen you around before. What can Groundbreaker secure? Chief Tennyson don't generally hire outsiders for station jobs, but you could try asking at Sublight Salvage. They got an office on the far end of the promenade deck. Chief Junlei Tennyson. She runs the ship. Does a real great... Her family's worked on it for, gosh, since it was...
Unless you're here to file an incident report or to inquire about the bounty posting, I must kindly ask you to clear out. Got a hot one for you. Captain Gunnar McRed. Just 26 hours old. The posting, that is, not the criminal. Allegations include several counts of flying under the influence, carrying open alcoholic containers, failure to pay docking fees, resisting arrest, and assaulting not one but 2 officers.
Okay.
Dreadful, ain't it? Such blatant disregard for order. It's a real problem in the youth these days. It's true enough that he ain't particularly deadly, but the interest on each fine being compounded as they are means he'll be paying with... Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want the reward? Do the leg. You and about 6 other enterprising mavericks. It's only a matter of time before someone brings me McRed's head. Or his lucky lighter. I do hope you're the lucky hunter, though. Good luck and skip speed to you.
Rizzo's lemon slap. Slap your CNP near maple syrup. It's near this complete.
On va aller voir Macrig. On va commencer par ça, puis après on ira voir Lilia Hagen.
Neighbor from above. Listen to the fire of those convictions. Alive or dead? Rare or medium? What's it gonna be? How do you want me? My flame? Shit. Little flick here got me started on the pyro path. Fine. He's yours. Give him...
Work smarter, not harder.
Don't worry, Mr. McRed. We'll treat Mr. Flick extra nice on account of he's your friend.
I'll miss my baby pyro, but it beats losing my head. This court needs its king, and I'm one of a kind. Keen eyes you got there. Sanita gave me this lighter. We had a carnal understanding a few years back, and she wanted me to have something to remember by.
Ah voilà. Pas besoin de le tuer. Hmm.
How goes the hunt? I've been ruminating on it, and I decided, if you ain't killed McRed yet, nothing excessive, mind you, but the scoundrel deserves a light beating at least before he kicks off. Here's the bounty payout. Nice work down there. With any luck, we can hire more sharp-eyed bounty hunters like you in the future. With that bastard McRed dead.
D'accord. Euh... Il y avait un truc qui disait... Ah, je sais plus, il y a un truc qui est par rapport au poids, il y avait un truc par rapport au poids. Bon, ça, je vais prendre ça là. Rendre la science à chaque fois que je tue un ennemi.
Rizzo's knock you out on a CCN 76 more chocolate bar with caramel and tea-free nut.
Help! I'm locked in here! Can you get me out?
That was a nice warm-up.
Get me out! If you can hear me, please hurry! The toilet's over... Thank you, stranger. Shit, ain't that a relief? You have no idea how good the air on Groundbreaker smells until you've been trapped in a tiny bathroom. Thanks again. What usually happens on this partially pressurized rust bucket? Something broke. Well, time stood still. I was aware of nothing but the... Ah, shit. That means I haven't clocked out in days. So... You're gonna shake me down after I was trapped in a shit-covered bath? That all? Of course. Everyone on the ship's gonna hear about this. Hell, it's the only chance.
Nice and easy. Wish I could do that.
Hey, how'd you get back there?
Ah putain, faut que je retourne aux toilettes.
We're getting all our shots after this.
How about I stay up top? You know, keep watch, okay?
Ok, je reviens un instant.
Who feels like getting into trouble?
Heureux. Du coup, ouais, on va aller dans la cuisine.
Or was the Holden pattern for a birth shorter?
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly
passing
scheduled
through, minding my own
advertisement for the
business.
following story. Do you have what it takes to defend your corporate?
CNP Borston Baked Beef.
Sublight. The legitimate smuggling business.
You reckon we can shop here? Or...
Alors, je me suis pris un petit truc à boire. Je l'ai volé à mon fils. Quel père indigne.
Welcome to Sublight Salvage and Shipping, a legitimate business for legitimate consumers. You the one flying the unreliable? Miss Lily has been expecting you. I'll unlock the door. Hey, Doc Fenhill. Glad to see you ain't moved on from Groundbreaker yet.
Hey, Tobias. How's the leg?
Good as you left it, ma'am. Still bends and everything. Took some extra lead while I was on a job. Ellie, the other guy thought his ship was perfectly operational. I told him it was salvage. We disagreed. I won.
Workplace hazards, Captain. Pretty routine.
Sure am. A few years back, they got me started on simple acquisitions. You know those latches they put on cargo bays ain't worth a damn? These days, I stick to HQ and look after Miss Lilia.
So you're the new captain in town. I was hoping you'd make your way to my office. Saves me the work of hunting you down. Lilia Hagen, CEO and Executive Director of Aggressive Operations. I'm guessing you already know about Sublight, otherwise you wouldn't have come. Charmed. It's nice to see the Unreliable again. Useful ship. Hawthorne was my contractor. I'd recognize that leaky boat of his anywhere. I didn't ask. I have a salvage job for someone light on corporate ties with a reliable set of wings. But there's a catch.
Wouldn't be much fun without one.
If you have a nav key to Stellar Bay, the job's yours. Interested?
Hmm.
One of my guys in Stellar Bay has a lead on some high-grade salvage, but he went dark before he could spill the goods. We arranged a drop at the Saltuna warehouse's loading dock. Find whatever he left there and take it to Fallbrook. My gal Catherine will be expecting you. When the board pulled out of Monarch, they buried or sealed anything they couldn't carry off-world. Apparently, one of Catherine's teams uncovered... It's exactly 1 million bits per cubic meter. Before you get too excited, the only thing rarer than Alta Vitae gas is a reliable buyer. Dangerous stuff. Acid for the nuclein in your cells. It's no good to anyone outside of a lab.
But it can be a lot of fun, if you don't mind the possibility of rewiring your body on an atomic level.
You and I have different notions of fun, Dr. Fenhill. Now, get going. Catherine will brief you on the details when you check in with her at Fallbrook. One last thing. When you're on the job, keep a pair of eyes in the back of your head. Understood?
Ok.
You'll do fine. Probably
good enough for me.
What was it? Guess it was nothing.
I'm going. On my way.
We're not... Nice thing about traveling with the captain. We meet all sorts of new people.
Sure. Best part is when they pay us.
We never really had new folks in Edgewater, except the captain. Kinda hard to make new friends when everyone's already decided they don't like you.
Could be a favor in disguise. A lot of people out here ain't that nice.
Hmm. Si j'avais fait ça intelligemment, j'aurais pu y aller directement tout à l'heure avec en faisant toutes les missions que j'ai fait avant de revenir ici. Mais c'est pas grave.
Wonderful timing, Captain. Welcome back, Captain. Now that you have acquired a nav key to Stellar Bay, would you like me to contact Dr. Wells?
Well done. You'll love Monarch. Exotic climate, violent native species, fascinating culture, really. You'll need to speak with Hiram Blythe. He's known as the information broker, and for good reason. If anyone knows where I can find those chemicals, it's Hiram. I need those chemicals to revive the Hope's colonists. They can help us fight back against the Board. They can help us set things right. If we don't put a stop to the Board, they're going to drive this colony toward a complete societal collapse. You'll see what I mean when you arrive on Monarch. You'll want to hire the services of a skilled guide. I recommend a hunter by the name of Nyoka. Frequents the drinking establishments of Stellar Bay. Very hard to miss. Once you have everything you need, make your way to Hiram Blythe's compound. Come see me in my lab. Best of luck.
Hey, Captain. Can I get your temperature on something real quick? So, Junlei and I have been talking some. Through messages. I got him here on my datapad, and well, she sent me a poem. One she wrote her own self, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I should read into it. Because poems are all symbolic and such, right? It's not so good. But real sweet. Oh, law. That's what's got me spooked. I don't rightly know. It's about this engine that's been shaking itself apart. Then this lady mechanic comes by and lays one hand on it. And the trouble goes away. It sings. I don't want to get too hopeful, but I'm wondering if maybe she's the engine and I'm the lady? It's a real romantic poem. Made my chest hurt, kinda. I don't know where it's leading yet, or if I'm misinterpreting. I'm not much interested in physical stuff. Never have been. Leastways, not like other folks seem to be. It's not that I can't, I just don't care for it. It's been a problem in the past. The folk who wanted to be with me back in the Vale, they said I was cold. Thanks, Captain. That makes me feel a touch better. I actually had another message from Junlei. I just couldn't work up the courage to open it. But I'm gonna change that. Right now. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Talking about old friends, got to thinking... Isabel? Who's Isabel? They were close, Captain. Like, more than friends close. I don't know. Junlei talked about them like it was past, but how far in the past? 10 years? Last week? Captain, I'm feeling all mixed up right now. Could we maybe head to the Groundbreaker? Get some drinks at that bar there? Drinking never solved nothing, Captain. I ain't been able to sleep for 3 nights now. I just want to unwind. Just the tiniest bit. I'm full serious. Next time we're all...
Ouais, bon, on ira après.
We're now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain.
Oula.
Hey, hold on there. Don't think I've seen you around. That means you must be new to Stellar Bay. You are new here, right? I knew it. See, I made what you'd call a logical deduction. You must have seen those UDL gunships on your way in. There's only 3 of them these days. Still, they tend to scare folk off. Wish more folk could say that. Gets awful quiet guarding a landing pad that you may not have heard, you being new, but Stellar Bay hardly ever gets off-road traffic. Us being cut off by the board and all. Which means I never get to do this part, but I've been practicing, so here goes. On behalf of Monarch Stellar Industries, welcome to Stellar Bay, home of the freshest sal tuna in Halcyon. Please state your name for the records. Swell. There's one for the logs. I'm even gonna give you your own entry code. I'm not supposed to do that. It's against procedure, but Mr. Sanjar isn't so strict about the rules. We don't get ship traffic in town. Only off-worlders who do make it out here are sublight. And thank the stars for them, or we would have run out. Oh, that'll just... But that's all outside.
Did he just say raptidons and cannibals? I can't...
Oh, sure. They make Stellar Bay sound like a rotten place, but it's not so bad. Get a good breeze going, and the sulfur smell mostly covers up the fishy smell. Anyway, Mr. Sanjar's got... Oh. I got this Rizzo's Rangers Tossball poster coming in on the next sublight shipment. Signed by the Black Hole. Only I haven't heard anything in a while. You think you could check with... Thanks.
Il y a un truc qu'on va faire. C'est dans quoi? Jouabilité?
Velma seem out of sorts to you?
She's always cranky.
No, I mean, more than you.
Ok, on y récupère un mot de passe. Ça sert à quoi?
Sir, please, I need your help. I can pay.
Oh, thank you for stopping. Everyone acts like nothing's wrong, like my little boy isn't at risk of being eaten by some vile creature. Please, you have to help me get my little Tucker back. He ran away and is going to get himself killed. Oh, I just know a raptidon is melting him with acid as we speak.
It's more dissolving than melting.
That is not helpful. Oh, I just knew you were a good person. Agnes, I said, this is the man to save your little Tucky. And I was right. He ran out into the wilderness a few days ago. I warned him about the raptidons, mantisaurs, and marauders, the toxic sulfur pools, and poisonous plants, but he didn't listen. Please, won't you go and find my boy?
Find my boy. Ok.
Thank you. Oh, I know he'll be safe now that someone's able to fetch him home. You look for him in Amber Heights, you hear? It's down the road southwest of town. I'm sure he made it that far. And if you find any of them iconoclasts indoctrinating my boy, you punch them in the mouths. Tell them what I think of them luring little boys away.
Reminds me of the crew cabin on one of my first ships.
We gotta go exploring. I want to see some savages.
boss.
Up, right?
Well, hello, and welcome to the home of the iconoclasts. I'm Rose. Please take a pen. In it, you'll find everything you need to know about Graham, his philosophist truths, and the iconoclast way. He wrote it himself, you know. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. We're out of pamphlets. Why, we're the only free people in Halcyon. No corporations, no shackles, no problems. Oh, those are just hurdles. We deal with them as they come. You're welcome to stay with us, so long as you can earn your keep. That's a nice way to think about it. Graham would be our father. I suppose Zora might make a good mother if the two of them could stop arguing. You can think of those two as our leaders, but they're more like examples. We all ought to be more. Graham's place is in the large building straight back. Zora's sometimes there talking with him, but usually she's in the triage clinic next door. Oh, Graham settled here a long time ago. Shoot, I wish I had a pamphlet to give you. It's all. I wasn't around back then, but they say a lot of the old MSI corporate folks died here. He calls it a spiritual metaphor, something about rising. The new boy! Yes, he's quite clever. He took to our teachings very quickly. Last I saw him, he was headed into one of the buildings up the hill.
The infamous Amber Heights.
Looks like I'm not the only new face around here. Welcome to Amber Heights, Captain. Call me Tucker. You here to join the iconoclasts? Help us free this world? I am not a little boy. Haven't been one for decades, no matter what my mama wishes. I take it she's still looking for me? Had hoped she'd accept my decision. Let me guess. You're here to collect it. Well, I can tell you right now, it is not gonna happen. I won't go back. My entire life. Don't go play with friends. Mantisaurs will tear your arms off. Don't leave the city. Raptidons will spit. I stuck around way too long, ruled by her fears. I'm
Il a
42
42
years
ans.
old, but she still sees me as a little boy in need of her protection. I won't stand for it, I tell you.
Show up with a bottle of vodka and some real good cusses. That'll show her how much you've grown.
Then she'll think they've brainwashed me into some kind of hooligan. As far as she's concerned, if I make any decision that's not aligned with hers, someone else convinced me. She doesn't want to see me as anything other than her baby boy. Why would I go back again? What'll be different this time? You're right. I can do this. I just need to stand my ground and make her see she can't control me anymore. No one can.
It ain't right.
We gotta earn our keep out here.
That don't mean we ought to be following.
A Manta Queen.
Yeah. We felled it, mind.
A stranger comes to our home. If you're looking for a path to walk, you've found one. If you're looking for a... The truth that I have come to learn and embrace since shedding the corporate yoke. Out here, we survive by the sheer strength of our spirit. We have no need for the endless rules.
We do seem to burn through endless ammunition and medical tape, though.
Yes, well, such is life. Our descendants will enjoy safety and luxury, but our generation is the foundation on which that future is built. Now, why have you come? A great many things.
We could always use a hand rounding up.
Or... Now here's an idea. There's an old printing press I've been trying to get... Oh yes, many facilities lie abandoned in the wilderness. I believe the press could be operational again with a little elbow grease and luck. Will you aid us in our cause?
Bien sûr.
Wonderful. I requisitioned replacement rollers for it some time ago. Huxley should have delivered them yesterday. Speaking of which...
You bought rollers? You haven't even cleared the wraps out yet. What are you doing wasting bits on... Wait, where is Huxley?
It seems we're out a runner. If you intend to help our cause, I'll ask you to meet our MSI supplier. One of our sympathizers. A woman named Carlotta periodically buys goods on our behalf from Stellar Bay's store. Stellar Bay has caught on, but they remain friendly, though the goods now come at a considerable markup. Wonderful. We can use them to copy and modify radio serials.
Unbelievable. I hope I don't have to tell you this, but if there is extra money, would you mind buying, I don't know, food and medicine? Graham, if you need...
Ah, crazy town.
You ever want to hide a body? You could dump it in that sulfur pool.
Ugh, this is why I prefer...
That's what you get! Who's next? Nobody? Yeah, that's what I thought.
They're on us!
One down! Everyone all right?
So, you're really running around with us now, huh?
Sure am. I'm a part of the crew now. Got my own bunk and everything.
You know, Felix, now that you're a real pirate, I should induct you into the Pirate's Code of Silence. Sublight territory. Feels like being home.
We gotta make for the bar. Play a couple rounds, crack a couple heads. You know, socialize.
Want to make a run with me to Stellar Bay? Boss lady told me to take the night off.
Welcome to the offices of the Great...
I'm obligated to inform you that our coverage does not extend to incidents deemed to result. So, we're not on Monarch. For all practical and tax-related purposes, this office is an... Oh. Plenty. As my boss likes to say, we've ensured unusually expressive eyebrows, outrageous statements, disastrous marriages. Usually character actors, or corporate execs with menace. That policy is almost exclusively for our corporate clientele. In the unlikely event they make... Those are mostly for top-rungers in Byzantium who have a lot of social and financial capital wrapped up in their marriage contracts. There's one for your beloved eloping with your sibling, your beloved eloping with their sibling, scandalous rumors forcing you apart, the revelation of a secret love child. We try to cover every possible hazard to domestic bliss. What?
I test every product myself to assure no rubbernecking.
Uh-huh. You blind, fella? Or can you not see I'm busy?
Ah ouais, moi aussi, ouais.
Why is it every sissy pig fucker who strolls into my town expects me to smile and shout awful friendly? Welcome to Fallbrook. Only nugget of paradise in this entire law-forsaken land. Like a void damn advert.
I'll bet she's a hoot at parties.
Truthfully spoken, I do aim to properly represent my aforementioned nugget of paradise. You know, I ain't heard that one before. Suppose I'll have to work harder to show you just what makes our town shine. But first, I'll need to know what brings you, stranger. Well, I'm half listening. Good of you to finally haul your ass over here. I wired for backup weeks ago. Got something that's gonna require special extraction from Cascadia. Found it on a corpse, huh? If you killed Lilia's agent, you get to explain it to her, not me. Well, shit. I knew he'd come to a bad end one day. Still, no time for weeping and wailing. We've got a metric fuck-ton of bits worth of salvage just waiting for extraction. So you got a brain on them shoulders. Excellent. Makes my life a world easier. To extract the gas, you'll need to siphon it from the lab in Cascadia into one of your ship's fuel tanks. Totally safe. Meaning safe for me and my crew, seeing as it ain't us undertaking the risk.
Ouais.
I do like your gumption, but let's not be hasty. To get to the gas, you'll need to navigate through the town, which is overrun by marauders. The lab itself has become an infested nest, crawling with mantis. You gotta fight through or figure out some other way to exterminate them. Maybe the ventilation system?
I'm a doctor, not a vet. But what's the worst that could happen?
I shall leave the details to you. Now, after you clear the mantis nest and reach the storage room, all that's left is to get the gas flowing into the fuel system. The task will require someone with technical skills. Or you could force it through with a plasma overload. Don't recommend that option, though, unless you want to get dead. Shall I inscribe that on your tombstone? Once you've got our goods, take them to the groundbreaker. Lilia's fencers ought to handle the rest of it. I've marked the coordinates for you to the lab in Cascadia. On the terminal, use the passcode you got from Stellar Bay to get in. But before you make your run, I could use a heavy helping hand regarding a local issue. Good. This particular... There's a Borst factory on up the way, run by a man who calls himself the King. Clive Lundberg, insufferable prick. That aside, it's a business ripe for... Stars, I hope. Clive Lundberg, the self-proclaimed Borst King of Monarch. He's making the only meal to be had this side of Monarch, and I'm tired of ponying up for my dinner. I want that Borst factory, owner dead or alive. And you're the soon-to-be handsomely paid son of a bitch who's... Kill him, run him out. I don't rightly care for the details, so long as Clive knows resistance to me is costly and futile. Hit him where it hurts. Then I'd say you might care to poison the cysty pigs, doctor a few financial records, or throw a wrench in the canning machine. It'll be more than good when you've finished. Maybe... Oh, and if you don't fancy going in guns blazing or crawling through a sewer pipe, see Duncan in the dry goods and sundry building. He ought to have an employee ID in that stash of illicit goods. May luck be with you.
Le DLC. Le DLC est actif. Ok. Ça, ok.
Catherine Malin could sour milk just by glaring at it.
I'd have a drink with her, though I'd keep one hand on my gun and the other on my bit cartridge.
Hey, Ellie, you wanna know what I think? I think they ought to make a serial about our crew. Only, we'd have all these secret messages in every episode, see?
What happened to the Code of Silence, Felix?
Hey, why do you always do that thing with your eyes whenever I talk to you? You on the alert, maybe? Looking out for hidden enemies?
Let's just say you remind me of someone.
I bet they were real pretty.
Watch the drop on us. Nice one! Kill them, Captain!
Everyone all right?
I can take a hint.
maintaining security. Returning to normal protocols. Initiating greetings protocol.
Huh? What's going on? Like I don't know what that means. Not only no, but void.
Alors, Ellie. Du coup, ouais. Je disais. Piratage. Oh putain, 50.
Unexpected. Processing. Halt. They're performing an Eric Reimer act.
Make him regret it!
Whoa now. And just what do you figure you're doing up here? These are my private quarters, friend. I don't allow tours up here. I don't allow tours ever on deeper consideration. Certain things require a mess to do well. See, I was just killing some time. I prefer to prepare my dinner by my own hand. Nothing like fresh and bloody Borstwurst. I do own a factory known for specializing in the canning of Borstwurst. On occasion, I like to imbibe other parts of the cysty pig. Did you fancy me a cannibal? Perish the thought. No, I don't eat the bodies, I disappear. A joke, that last was. So, what can I do for you? My full attention is at your disposal.
I kind of liked it when his attention was elsewhere.
Ah, moi aussi, ouais.
While I approve of your associate's cautious nature, I still teeter on the verge of losing my patience. Let us move forward with the present proceedings. By sublight, you mean Catherine, do you not? That greedy, star-crossed sow. Listen, friend. The Borst King of Monarch does not negotiate with coveters. How about you bring me Catherine's severed head, and I will gift you a lifetime supply of Borst. You desire that I should lower myself to Catherine's level of crassness and filth? I cannot fathom how that would cotton myself. The king built this golden monopoly brick by brick from the rubble when the corpse abandoned Monarch. No, he ain't the sort to partner up, as that requires the sharing of power and profits. You think to blackmail me? Try it. The king will grind you to bone spurs and toenails. For true? You figure she will appreciate my skills? They did take me years to perfect. However, I remain unconvinced she could provide the means to make the association worth my while. If you ain't noticed, I'm doing swell, ruling this kingdom on my own. I do admire a properly ruthless individual. If it will keep that sublight sow off my back, then it's an undoubtedly worthwhile pursuit. The king is interested. John Hancock me on the dotted line, friend. I will even give her a cut of the profits. Requiring she keeps clear of my short hairs. Do not push me. Tell Catherine she is permitted to dump the bodies each and every Tuesday, precisely at 3.
Il est... Ouais. Bizarre quand même, hein. Clive.
This place smells worse than the back bays.
Donc ça veut dire qu'il mange des humains.
Plasma isn't working!
Take it down!
Getting started.
C'est plus compliqué celui, le truc géant là.
You seen Arthur today?
Now there's a woman who knows what she wants.
How's Clive? I do hope you gave... Oh, this ought to be good. What does he mean to offer in exchange for his... True enough, I got bodies piling up, drawing attention where they ought not to be. But if I take the factory, I don't need Clive to dispense of my messes. can appoint someone to handle it myself. Point taken. Good help is hard to come by. Plus, Clive doesn't seem the type to upchuck his Borst during dismemberment. Still, you're asking me to walk away from easy money. So are a lot of things in life, and your point is? All right. Color me convinced. Reckon I owe you a finder's fee. Don't spend it all in one place, unless it's here.
Allons au labo secret. Il y a beaucoup de labos secrets quand même dont la position sont connues. Oh, 824 mètres comme et toujours plus loin.
You ever watch Agent Khan? He's got this ship, right? The Invincible? And we got a ship, right? So I got to thinking, who'd win in a race? The Invincible or the Unreliable?
Felix, you watch too many movies.
Yeah, Max said the same thing. Except he usually says it after giving me this long, disapproving stare. Adventure serials are my education. Where else am I supposed to learn how to kick a jackass in the chest? And that's what being a pirate's all about, right?
Hate to tell you, but a lot of the job is waiting for a gig, then waiting to get paid.
Alors,
Heading back. Take your best shot, asshole.
Jackass isn't coming! Hit him with something else!
Try something stronger!
Hey, I remember Cascadia from that one episode of Terror on Monarch. Crawling with monsters it was.
You take us to the nicest places, Captain. If this place was abandoned, how come it still smells like sweetener and despair?
Hmm.
Proximity alert. Biology human. Protocol kill all plants. Suspended. Present. Attempting to disengage security protocols with priming weapon.
You don't want to shoot us. We're,
Mediocre verbal evasion detected. Threat level downgraded to negligible.
been picking up some tricks from you, boss.
Be advised. Mantis
Sorry.
threat level is petrifying purple berry. Please use caution. Mantis sore wounds are not that productive. Have a productive day.
Traps. Watch your step.
Ah, j'ai pas le choix.
Ooh, what'd you find?
That should do it. Just gotta siphon off the Alta Vitae.
J'avais pas fini de regarder là-bas là.
It ain't stealing if no one sees.
Alors c'était quoi? Ça plus les histoires de procédures de préparation avant l'évacuation. Je sais que les ptéros ont coûté une fortune, mais ça va coton de les transporter ailleurs. Ok. Il y a un gros là.
Hey, Ellie. When was it that you realized the board was crushing the life out of this colony?
What are you talking about?
I have received a transmission from Roseway, from a Dr. Shaw. Welcome back, Captain. I have received a transmission from Roseway, from a Dr. Shaw.
What? Oh, is this on? Oh, it's on right now. Oh, blast. Hello? I'm trying to reach the captain of the Unreliable. I'll keep this short, lest I get caught. Please return to Roseway as soon as you can. I have an item of great value that you'll be interested in. Now, how does this blasted thing turn off? Damn engineers never label these toggles clearly. Is it the...
The transmission is complete, Captain.
Instant.
See you soon, Captain. We are now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain. No blockade is a match for my piloting skills.
Ah, On va mettre en quoi?
Smells like wrapped in here.
Oh, it does work. I bought some musk from Sebastian to cover up the salt.
Oh, Captain, you did it! My little boy is back safe.
Mama, I told you that I'm not staying. I just came back to talk to you about why I left.
Oh, we'll get that silliness sorted out. You're safe here with me. What a sour thing to say. My little boy will always need me. I'm his mama, you know.
Mama, what I need is for you to listen to what I want for once. But that's between us. Now you promised the captain a reward, so set...
Here, kind stranger. This is every bit I've...
Don't worry about me, Captain. Mama and I'll work this out.
Could I get another... Greetings, and welcome to Monarch Stellar Industries,
producers and purveyors of the finest salt tuna in Halcyon. What can I do for you? You know, sending you is the first bright idea I've seen from that man. I still don't know anything about it, but if you want to help him, but I'll warn you, Grim.
Or is he not paying you on account of how he tried to fix the thing his own self and busted it even worse, and then said you wasn't fixing it fast enough, so he's docking your wages again? Not that I got any prior experience with such.
Not at all. Mr. Nandi treats us all right and pays us well. I just spent most of my paycheck on Raptidon acid. Laws, no. Sometimes it's canid teeth, or mantis worm wings, whatever Sebastian. So I can talk to him, of course. He does.
I reckon she's got a little bit.
He's sort of the strong side. Unfortunately, my apartment's kind of filling up with his stuff. And some of the Would you? I'd appreciate. Oh. He doesn't talk much, but he's got this quiet intensity, you know? Like there's stuff going on inside his head that you have no idea about. Plus, he's got great legs. It's hard to find a man who doesn't skimp on lower body exercise.
Good to have standards, I guess.
I know what I'm looking for.
Je vais vraiment sortir avec quelqu'un qui ne parle pas.
You think that's what I'm looking for? You're fun. Sorry.
Well, Celia, didn't I tell you our new
That?
How can yield improvements of 26.7% not quicken the pulse? How can 32% cost savings not moisten the loins?
You've often posed these very...
Clear my schedule. This newcomer has a
You'd be a hit in Byzantium.
I only hope you don't judge me by my handshake. Hiram? Why, he's probably still out at Devil's Peak. Not that he's had... But if you're here for him, Yes, that's it. Channel your anger. I only wish I could do...
Seems like you're having a rough time, Mr. Sanjar.
Oh, don't worry on my account. This is merely the latest in a long line of professional erotic and athletic disappointment. I had hoped that livening up our advertisements with enticing figures would draw the other corporations back to our bosom, but...
Enfoiré, putain. C'est quoi ça? Hephaestus, armure lourde. Il n'y a aucune armure.
A fine day for... Anyway,
With the whole board.
thanks to the so-called hazard clause, Monarch has been cut off from the board's resources and protection for 10 years now. Now, we've kept ourselves in business by trading with individual corporations. Yes, freedom is a tempting ideal, but a rather...
Indeed. Mr. Nandi here has a rather ingenious plan to get
on our terms.
Ingenious plan? Don't get me wrong, I'm starting to admire your sand, but I bet you could overcomplicate a sisty sandwich.
What a...
And if our advertising scheme hasn't borne fruit?
It's true, our Celia is an alarmingly competent middle manager. At any other company, she'd be wasted in data entry. The plan she refers to is a two-pronged approach, and the first part involves seeing Stellar Bay properly defended.
And a Mantisaur problem.
Many, many problems, but they can all be solved with... If you can get us what we need to rejoin the board, starting the Bolt 52, we'll be able to become one of the most...
And you'll have a powerful ally on the board.
Why, one of the strongest defense...
Never realized fighting the bureaucracy could...
It is quite... I'll need to gather some supplemental materials, but...
You do tend to do that.
The Bolt 52 will be in the old arms building southwest of town, which used to be part of Stellar Bay before we had to move our walls in. And these days, it's overrun with marauders and saying... That's just what it's called. It's supposed to stand for something, but I forget what. Oh, and while you're at it, there should... What can I see. Well, that's excellent. I'll see that you... What else can I do?
Hello, stranger. Can I interest you in Raptidon tongue? Or maybe some canid toenails? You look like a man who's looking for some mostly fresh animal parts? Huh. I haven't seen her in a few days, but I've been meaning to ask her how that Raptidon acid is working out. I hope it's working okay, because no one else really seems interested in this stuff. Nice of you to say. I like her too. And I gotta admire anyone with her passion for canid hides. But you don't have to butter me up.
Now I see what Celia was talking about. This guy almost reminds me of Irion.
What?
Who?
An old acquaintance from the Groundbreaker. Real piece of work.
That's mighty kind of you to say.
But we were talking about what a lucky gal Celia is.
Anyone who can afford such a fine collection of mantisaur claws has it pretty good. Wait, I see what's going on. She put you up to this so she could get a discount, hmm?
Oh, no, that's not it at all. She's smitten with you. You smited her. Smote? Smoot?
Don't get me wrong. I'd like to give her a discount. She's a real fine lady. Always talks nice and slow, so I understand. But if I give her one, I won't hardly make a bit, on account of no one else having any use for raptidon tongues.
Oh, rien, hein.
You sound pretty sure. And she is awful nice.
Give her a chance. Give yourself a chance. Take her someplace nice.
Okay, I'll do it. Once her shift ends, we'll go someplace nice. Maybe to Chef Raymond's.
That's the spirit, Sebastian. Between you and me, Captain, I'm not sure Miss Celia knows him too well, but we can hope, right?
Have you talked to Sebastian yet? Okay, but how did he say it? Did he sound excited? Was he like, yay, a date with Celia? I've secretly been waiting for this, or was it... Not to worry. If I never buy another Raptidon tongue, it'll be too soon. Anyhow.
Oui, c'est vrai, j'ai ça à faire aussi.
Help! Someone's been killed! I think I'm gonna be sick. I clean the apartments while everyone's at work. If you're going into the apartments, do not go into the lower one on the right. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mais il est quelle heure là? Ah putain, j'ai plus de batterie sur mon... Il est 16h20. Ça, je ferai plus tard. Ah putain, non, je peux pas.
Whatever you do, you'll never hear the end of that.
You know, I haven't seen him in a while.
If you got me stuck in an hour-long rant about mostly cars.
Sorry. Just spooked me, was all.
Not much I can do for this guy.
Ok, j'ai activé la quête. Ouais, c'est bon.
Whew. Smells like those old Sundays when we'd unload salt tuna shipments at the cairn.
Am I the only one getting hungry? Didn't even get our hands dirty. Think they left anything good behind? Nice one!
Congrats for boots? Oh, thank the Eternal. I'm Huxley. Hux if you're lazy. I'm stuck. My friends and I were scavenging here, and a Meta Queen showed up. Then Raptidons. It was a void-blasted mess. I ran in here, and, now the door's locked.
J'ai trop souvent tombé de haut, vous perdez désormais vos moyens quand le sol est trop loin de vous.
Make him regret it.
That's the last of them.
Oh, hey! Phew. My buddy had a key, but I ain't heard him in a while. He locked me in here and took off. Probably so looked for a dead guy, I guess. Or a rat. Sure. Huxley. I'm an iconoclast runner. The iconoclast runner.
Ah, c'est
Fastest
elle.
we've got. Ain't a... I'm... Sorry. Probably. I don't know. When I try to read things, my mind gets to wandering about all the things I... My buddy locked me in here. I told you that. It was for my safekeeping on account of raptidons. But, I mean, okay, yes, fine. I get myself into sticky situations. It's... Oh, neither was I. Get me out! What do you mean? Wait. Oh, my eternal soul!
Ah, phew. Thank you so much. It was getting all stuffy in there, and I was getting a mite lightheaded, and I think maybe I was gonna die. Now I'm out here, and I'm... Oh, sure, I'm a runner. I'm used to getting all dizzy and... What? Can do. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Ellie, you ever wonder if maybe we got some things in common?
This isn't another thing about wrenches and guns, is it?
You don't much like me, huh, Dr. Ellie?
It's nothing personal.
A fine day for business. Anyway, You weren't supposed to look. I asked. I didn't mean for any harm to... This has been my... I give MSI everything. My work, my youth, my left kidney, and for years, I was... one of the executives required...
He's lucky they didn't want a liver or a heart.
I thought volunteering to donate might improve. Apparently not. Yeah, in charge of a scrap heap of a city. Please, I can't think about this right now.
I'll pad it out with an extra 15, sir.
Then it's good that I keep such... I've asked myself the same thing many times, especially seeing as the legal mech...
You see what I have to deal with?
For many years, this planet was home to as many corporations as Terra 2. Really? I always thought they were refreshingly straightforward names. After all, the whole point of terraforming was to make them Earth-like.
Here, though, the results were mixed.
And as the other corporations began to tally their losses, they Our leadership at the time certainly wanted to, but there were others of us who saw an opportunity. The chance to improve working hours and conditions, to reform MSI from the ground up. It's humane, but it's also good business sense.
I hope you'd treat them nice, whether it was good business or not, Mr. Sanjar. That's what being a community means. Treating people right.
Like that's what you saw in Edgewater? Come on. People look out for themselves.
A noble thought, Miss Holcomb. Unfortunately, noble thoughts rarely sway board policy. Anyway, we learned of a loophole in the corporate creating the perfect environment for us to enact these new reforms. That's what I thought. But the senior executives laughed in our faces and insisted we'd be relocating to Terra. In a manner of speaking, many of us stayed behind, in an act of quiet but firm defiance. As the most senior executive remaining, I ended up in charge of what was left of MSI.
Must have pissed off some real big suits to get stuck with that.
On the contrary, I wrote lots of very important reports on behalf of top MSI. I moved forward with our planned reforms, as well as our strategy to assume ownership of the planet. I don't think I realized how far they'd stoop. I do think there's something useful in a governing body like the board. Something that keeps us from anarchy, but why wouldn't anyone? They own nearly all the resources and infrastructure in Halcyon.
If you can't beat him, might as well join him and reach into their pockets.
To be on the board is to be part of the colonial community, and being cut off means slow... I'm not a man to put pride before progress. Besides, Oh, believe me, My hope is to maintain the reforms we've managed here, and who knows? Perhaps once we're restored, we could spread them to other corporations. What can I do? Oh, yes. I'm going to be up all night with this.
Try to control yourself, sir.
Have you any idea how powerful this is? What a question! Bureaucratic micromanagement is the only way anything gets done in Halcyon. And for our part, a bill of liquidation/transfer Form 52 will protect our holdings on Monarch by See, that doesn't even make sense. This is an electronic...
Hardly the point.
I have reason to believe that one of the other corporations is operating on...
Is it really illegal if the board's the one that makes the rules in the first place?
If we can find proof, I can use that as leverage to encourage certain... You really think...
Don't encourage.
I admit I've been hatching this scheme for quite some time. I just needed someone capable to help me carry it out. That's part of the problem. She has certain ambitions for Stellar Bay.
Don't get yourself worked up, sir. It's perfectly natural to have it.
Oh, she's not fun scary like you. Just scary. But that's... Once you, subtly work out where this corporate facility might be, bring back proof of its operation. A foolproof plan if I ever heard one. I'll leave...
Bon.
I hear those rich people in Byzantium pay a handsome bit for wrapped musk.
Look, you can tell Catherine the new shipment will be ready when it's ready, all right? She's welcome to come up here. Did she now? Well, I can see I was mistaken. Because if Catherine really hope you can forgive my temper. This job... First, my autoloader foreman stages a walkout, and now my chief pescatological health manager... This again? I swear, this is the... You can tell Grimm's poster came in. You can also tell him I got a better offer for it. That about cover it? It's staying locked up in my office until Nell No. I paid Sublight for it. So, it's mine. Sure can. I got a feeling you and Catherine would get on like tumors on... Take the poster then. And if I never hear another word about it, if something else on your mind... Braxton. He's in charge. He's a real wizard with pharmaceuticals. But he has creative notions of working hours. I can't keep working double shift since you don't seem to be constrained yourself. Tell him Velma said to get his late...
Ouais, bien, on va s'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. On va juste rétribuer les points et puis on s'arrêtera là. Alors, on va mettre en quoi? Ingénierie, science, tout ça, je vais pas toucher. On est pas trop mal. Making, on est bien. Ingénierie, on touche pas. Persuasion. Non. Inspiration peut-être. Je sais pas trop. On va mettre en discrétion. Non, en piratage. Réduit considérablement le poids des consommables. Ça c'est bien ça. Bon, eh bien on va s'arrêter là pour aujourd'hui. Moi je vais souhaiter du coup une bonne fin de journée. On va sauvegarder là. Hop. Je vous souhaite du coup une bonne fin de journée. Bisous bisous. Je vous dis à ce soir. Ce soir pour du RP. Bisous bisous. À ce soir pour du RP. Attendez, ce soir je fais du RP. Je sais plus. Ah, je sais plus pour ce soir. Je sais plus du tout. J'ai pas envie de vous dire conneries. Ce qu'on va faire, c'est que je vous dis à demain matin. Demain matin à 10h pour la suite avec sur The Outer World. Je sais pas si ce soir il y a du RP, donc possiblement ce soir du RP. C'est pas sûr à 100%. Il faut que je valide ça pour ce soir. Je suis pas sûr que ce soir il y en ait. Je suis pas certain. Bref, on verra ça. De toute façon, il reste quelques heures avant. Il reste. De toute façon, normalement, ça commence à 22. Ça fait un peu tard commencer à 22, mais pas trop le choix. Bon, allez, bisous. À ce soir, peut-être. Demain, c'est sûr. Bisous, bisous. Allez. À ce soir, peut-être. Demain, c'est sûr. Allez.